For use in Haiti. We beating a game twice tonight? Man, I sure hope so. Especially after last week's subpar performance. I have absolutely zero excuses for how badly last week went. Should probably get Hex Chat opened up. Dude, I am so glad that Punk took it upon himself to learn more about Vampire Survivors. Because that is just not something I have done yet. The Voids! I can't get the thing. Sniper Joe, please. Sniper Joe, please! Nope, we need to go. We need to go. Help! Somebody drop me health. Excuse me? Okay, I can kill those things. Whoa! Nice. Now I've got to go through this nightmare section again. At least I know I can kill those things now. Dude, this randomizer in particular, just... it shows its teeth so much more than just about any other randomizer I mess around with. I mean, maybe if I actually played the Mario 3 randomizer as intended. Alright, give me a different level. Woodman. Crabtrees? This is where that family gets their name from. What is this? All right, it's one of those worm spawning spots, but not sure why the sprites are so broken. Doggo. One-shot dogs. Okay. Not gonna complain about one-shot dogs. Dude, these little guys. These little respawning coffee cans. I like these little guys. I can probably say that they're some of my favorite enemies in Mega Man. Cuts respawning coffee cans time in half. Dude, if they respawned that quickly, oh my god, Heatman's level would just be impossible. And shrimp are invincible. Whatever, I'm at the end of the level. Ah! That was really good placement for that Spike Crusher. That was really good placement. Metalman? You want to get down from there, buddy? No? Well, this is how this ROM ends. I could maybe hit him if I had Airman's weapon. But I can't do anything about this. You know what I can do about this? GG. I can check Twitter. Not for a solution to this problem, because there is no solution to this problem. But I can check Twitter to see if there's pictures of women involved in professional wrestling that are in various states of undress. Oh, there's one. There's another one. There's another one. Also, I'm not exactly sure when it became a thing for girls in pro wrestling to just constantly have their wrestling tights wedged so firmly up their ass. Like years ago when I was actively watching, I mean, eventually throughout the course of the match, they would get up there. But it seems like nowadays, girls just do all that work before the match even starts. I'm not necessarily complaining. If there is a reason for me to give half a shit about modern professional wrestling, it would be the female contingent. I will say right now, the one girl in pro wrestling that I am extremely glad that she found success is a girl in WWE named Zelina Vega. I think she is one of the cutest girls doing it right now. But I also remember seeing her ages ago back in TNA when she was wrestling under a different name. Are there any other bullshit websites I want to check while I'm sitting here watching Metal Man dance in the ceiling? Oh, sure. Oh shit, that's right. So on YouTube, the guy going by the handle of Frankomatic, where I first found out about Panic, he just recently did a live stream where he was playing said Panic. If I can find his channel here. Okay. Gonna have to load up everything, aren't I? Where's he at? How do I spell Frankomatic? There we go. Apparently there's some emulator that has achievements for Panic, which is kind of silly. Okay, so it was almost 2 weeks ago where he did a stream entitled Pressing Every Button in Panic. It's also almost 4 hours long. Okay. So, one of these days I'm going to have to go and check out that video. Because there's still a handful of buttons that I need to press in that game. But I think most of them are just transitions from one room to another. Give me some Cokerone. Got like 20 or so minutes before the race channel will be opening up. I can make some bad decisions in Cokerone for a little bit. My name is Tapir. I will eat your dreams. Alright. Monster 2, Wing 2, Crystal. Gee, your Cokerone smells terrific. Somehow Spazer Crab knew what bad decision I was going to make. Because I was actually thinking about messing around with Crystal for a little bit. Oh, I don't... You know what? Let's just be that character. I shall name him Oops. Okay, he's not that slow. It's a reasonable speed. It's not a whole lot of airtime, though. And then fucking Crystal. Which is not the best weapon. But we're going with it. Now, the route that I normally take, I go to Star Hill first. But I think I want to go to Icefire Mountain, and my TV's brightness just dipped. Good. Let's get this shit out of the way before we even get going. I'm just gonna power cycle it real quick. Just gonna nip that shit in the bud right now. Right, so we have the billboards. This is a level that you don't usually see when you see me play Cokerone. Something special in the nipping buds. No, Panda, go away. Have gotten one power up so far. And I'm dead. Oops. Let's go to Milk Sea. hit these things? I can hit them, but it doesn't seem like I'm doing any damage. This is such an awkward weapon to use. You have to play this game so differently when you use one of these grenade weapons. Oh, I do not know how this boss fight is gonna go. Aren't you oops? This is probably not gonna go very well. Especially if I can't even hit the dumb boat. I'm dead. God, this weapon sucks until you get it fully powered. And even when you get it fully powered, you still have to be accurate with your throw. As opposed to my usual favorite weapon in this game, the pencil, where you get to just spam the attack button. With this, you can only throw one, and you have to wait until the dumb particles are all the way off the screen. Yeah. Not the Fairy Forest. Oh, it reset my power level. I don't know what that power-up is supposed to be. So yeah, there is a very good reason why I don't normally take this weapon. I believe it is pretty obvious just from watching me use it. Just kill me now, dude. Let's just reset. And the flower weapon is not that much better, but it is at least a little bit better than the crystal. Give me my boy dead. Hello, I am dead. So it's that same, like, grenade-style toss, but it explodes into a cluster of flowers. The cluster of flowers at least does, like, continuous damage. Still have to be accurate, though. No, dude, fucking skunk! And this guy can just sit on ledges. Ledges? Inclines. Inclines and declines, because he is a tank. Wow. Yo, there's a race channel. Okay, so the flowers in the explosion have gotten bigger. Why is my animation playing so much faster? Huh. That's weird. I don't think I've seen that before. Hopping into that race channel in just a couple minutes. Actually need one more power up. I will be surprised if the game actually gives it to me. Yeah. Yeah, these weapons, these grenade-style weapons, really do not feel good to use. They can be pretty powerful if you get them all the way leveled up. But the odds of that actually happening are pretty low. just in case anyone out there was wondering why I don't use those weapons. Now you know. Jetpack Birdman. And he is going to be a baseball player. And his name is going to be Curl. Actually getting a really good number of power-ups. Yeah, I'm already at 4. If I can hit this dumb thing, there we go. Something that at least resembles baseballs now. My name is a Super Nintendo game. I might actually be able to beat this guy. Let's not count my birdmen before they hatch, though. Birdman baseball player. Everybody knows that birds are the best baseball players. A strange wizard said he would. Did somebody call for a strange wizard? Let's get the singing dragon. In honor of the boss that I just fought, I shall name my singing dragon Moon. He sings in Wave Beam. I wish I could sing in Wave Beam. Now that right there, that's the special thing about the ball projectile, is it travels up ramps like that. Which, as you can see, does have its benefits. Now, everyone's favorite part. Platforming on chocolatey eclairs while there's pink whales inexplicably flying through the sky. The part of the game that makes everybody wonder what kind of drugs that the developers were on. They were on one of the most powerful drugs known to man, which is just called being Japanese. I wish they were more original with this level. Every game does it. That's right. Baseballs have become full-size now. These are now no longer baseballs, they are volleyballs. Still technically a ball. We've gone from golf balls to baseballs to volleyballs. It's like Spanky's Quest in a way. Spanky's Quest is a fantastic video game, by the way. Oh, you want to damage race me, little buddy? Don't give me that opportunity. I'll beat your ass to death with volleyballs. You had me at Spanky. Tell them about another pink floating whales level, Mummy. You sure taught him a lesson. As punishment next Christmas, I'll have him pull the sleigh instead of the red-nosed reindeer. Once again, The myth of Santa Claus, or the lore of Santa Claus, would be so much cooler if he had a dragon pulling his sleigh instead of a red-nosed reindeer. Spanky is what I called Dragon as a kid. What's up, Firebat? As a kid, I called Dragon Splomboon, the inflatable fish. It's SPLOMBOON. Like, I just did not know Dragon's name as a kid, so when I wrote into Nintendo Power, I had to refer to him as the boss of Meridia. Oh, I need the ninja race car. You always have to have the ninja race car. We'll actually give him throwing stars. And I will name him after a video game that Real Work and I both love. Loom. He's not really that fast. Considering he's a ninja and a race car, there are definitely faster characters in this game. Also, what the hell is the name of that one Steam program that lets Twitch chat viewers wander around on the bottom of the stream? Stream avatars? Yeah. So, I kind of want to get stream avatars up and running on my stream, but I want them to be Kokorone characters. And I want people to be able to choose which body they have, which head they have, and which color they have. But I don't know how to work that program. Robin Threadbare, the best part of the day. Yeah, Stream Avatars is, in fact, on Steam. How much is this program right now? It is $15 right now. It's not on sale. I think it would just be perfect if I could get little Kokorone characters representing my viewers running around on the bottom of the stream. If you figured out how to do slogans, I have faith in you to figure out avatars. Gosh dang it, Real Work, you helped me out with the slogans. I need to figure out how to import sprites. Steam Dev Group had an announcement about Black Friday sales today. Oh boy. That's still a couple months off, but that's gonna be a thing soon enough. I am going to skip Trump Castle, go from Icefire Mountain right to the Milk Sea, since we're trying to do things a little bit different. Ah, and you see? We're going down into a cave, and there's a penguin in his apartment. There's lots of penguin apartments. There's just so much variety in this game. Like, even just based on the order of the levels that you play. Oh, you bitch. This feels like Terraria now. What a fantastic video game. Actually spent the past couple of days replaying Terraria, and I still love that game as much as I ever have. World of Skulls? I do every few years, yep. Terraria is just one of those games I keep coming back to. I've spent so much time playing that game that all sorts of nostalgia and memories come flooding back in every time I load that game up. Now we throw 2 balls at once. I'm sure there's an innuendo in there somewhere. I think next time I decide to do something mouse and keyboard related, I'm probably gonna dive back into modded Minecraft for a little bit. I remember when they put out their final update, now they do monthly progress reports. Dude, when they actually release the next update for Terraria, it is going to be just a humongous amount of differences. Been stuck on StarCraft for a while. Nice. I wish I had the APM for StarCraft, because I really do like that game. I am just nowhere near fast enough to play that game effectively. I saw the fairies of the forest kidnap someone, but I don't know if it was Rua or not. And now my ship. My ship! Oh no, real work. That's how low my APM is. If, like, I cannot even play against a computer. I take my fucking time so badly in StarCraft. I'm more concerned with base building than I am with just about anything else. Like, the one time I streamed me playing StarCraft 2, I had to turn the computer, like, all the fucking way down. And even then, I still thought I was playing kind of risky on that one map by rushing towards the gold deposits in the middle of the map. You have difficulties where the computer would literally never attack you. Yeah, those are the difficulties I usually play on. I'd like to actually be a little bit better at the game. I need to load up Super Metroid. But that right there proves that ball is one of the actually viable weapons in this game. If you figured out how to make squid slots, I believe you can play basic StarCraft. Again, if we're not taking difficulties into effect, I could technically play it. Do a D2 playthrough every couple of years too. I have given up on being able to get Diablo 2 to run. I've got a CD for it. I've got a key for it. I've got an ISO for it. I've got a keygen for it. I've got demon tools. I have everything that you technically need in order to get that game to run. But every single time, I've got the ISO mounted, and I'm running it directly off of that, it still tells me to insert the disc. Need to find a way to get Warcraft 3 back in my life. They ruined it by forcing the remaster on me with their shitty launcher. Now, the way I can relate to that is I need to start playing Warcraft 2 again. Because I adored Warcraft 2 as a kid. And I can get that game running with DOSBox. I just don't know if I still have the files for it. But I loved Warcraft 2 as a kid. What's a Warcraft 2? It's before it became Dota. Anybody else remember when it was still Defense of the Ancients? No? Okay. I guess I am a literal grandfather at this point. Played Dota so much on Warcraft 3. Only played Dota to troll and feed a specific player on the other team. It's as good a reason as any. I never really got into MOBAs as a game format in general. Like, I just never really was interested in that game format, never really tried it. I mean, I've played RTS games and I've played tower defense games. But that's as close as I've ever gotten. Anyways, I will be right back. All right. StarCraft was my introduction to tower defense. Warcraft 3 had a way better editor, but I mostly played Warcraft 3 competitively. Random team 4v4. Nice. I remember messing around a whole lot with the Warcraft 2 level editor. Again, that was my game back in the day. Pretty much right up until StarCraft and Diablo 2 came out. Wasn't really competitive in StarCraft, mostly just played UMS until recent years. Yeah, despite the fact that I'm in these Super Metroid races every week, I'm not really a competitive person. Like, at all. Good fun, have luck! Thank you, Firebat, same to you. Race will begin. In 3, 2, 1, go! I think I've said it in the past, I view these races as an excuse for me to play this game twice in one night. And to slowly but surely try to get better at this game over time. Man, if we want to talk about level editors, the one I use most of all nowadays is probably T-Edit for Terraria. But man, I used to be a wild man on MC Edit for Minecraft. I made so many cool little mini dungeons, and I don't think I have most of them anymore, which is kind of sad. But I've got a notebook that's like probably half full of ideas for dungeons for Minecraft. Nice! Just barely squeaked that one out. GG, see you guys in a couple hours. So the one dungeon, well, the one mini dungeon that I made in MC Edit for Minecraft that I was probably the most proud of was inspired by one of the dungeons from the Complete the Monument map called Legendary by Vex. His dungeon was called Painwater, and that was inspired by the underwater level from TMNT on the NES. where you had to continuously tap the swim button, and you had to avoid the ceiling and the floor of that particular area, otherwise you would take damage. And how he managed to do it was in MC Edit, where he put pathways of water that were suspended in lava, which was just the coolest concept I had ever seen in an adventure map. It was also very easily broken. You cause one block update in that area, and everything flashes into obsidian. So I made a dungeon that was that exact same concept, where it was tunnels and pathways made of water that was suspended in lava. But the one that I made was bigger and more complicated than the one that Vex had made. Only thing is, I never actually got the chance to attach it to any of the adventure maps that I tried to make. Another dungeon that I made was visually inspired by the Black Lodge from the Twin Peaks series. So you had the black and white chevron pattern on the floor and red curtains on all the walls. And it was just an absolute clusterfuck of monster spawners. Just darkness and monster spawners. It was intentionally designed to be an absolute nightmare to get through. And all throughout the map, and all throughout that particular dungeon, I should say, I had signs that had quotes from the final episode of the original run of Twin Peaks, which was the Black Lodge episode. And all of the lines in that episode are, all of the lines in the Black Lodge are spoken in reverse. And then the reverse speech is played backwards. So wrap your head around that one for a second. This one actor actually knew how to speak in reverse. And then they took that reverse speech and played it backwards. So it sounded like really fucked up forwards speech. And I just took all the lines from the Black Lodge segment of that episode and wrote them down on signs, plastered them all over the walls of that dungeon. I also made like this one isn't even a dungeon to brag about, but I made like a three level dungeon that was mostly just comprised of really long hallways, but there were no light sources, and the entire dungeon was made out of obsidian. So it is just absolute pitch blackness trying to get through that dungeon. And I had a bunch of neat ideas for like a final nether dungeon. But I never got far enough in any of my projects to actually get started on that stuff. And nowadays, I don't even think with the modded version of Minecraft that I have, that is unfortunately not an official copy anymore, because I never migrated my Minecraft account over to Microsoft, and now I just don't have the option to do so. But like every time I try to load up one of my custom maps from MC Edit into the game, it does not load properly, and it just spits me out into either a Skyblock world or just a vanilla Minecraft world. So I can't even make my own adventure maps anymore, which is kind of sad. Because that was the big draw for me to play Minecraft for the longest time. Thankfully, Vex's old Super Hostile maps still work just fine. So I can play those all the livelong day, but there's only like... I want to say there's like 9 of them? And I've played those to death by this point in time. There is still one that I want to play on stream at some point. And I want to make sure that the mod pack I'm using still actually works. I've played Gift, Sunburn Islands, and Kaizo Caverns on stream. And Kaizo Caverns is the one I was playing when my PC took a shit on me. But the one that I'd like to play on stream at some point is called Spellbound Caves. And Vex initially released that map when potions first became a thing in Minecraft. Potions and enchanting. When those things were brand new to the game. But I have always considered that map to be my favorite. It's the first one of the Super Hostile maps that I ever actually beat. That went right up Kraid's nose. The Super Hostile maps actually make Minecraft feel like not just a sandbox game. You know, they actually give some challenge and some goals to the game, instead of it just primarily being about mining and crafting. The one thing I would really like to see, and I know I do not have the personal drive or the patience to do such a thing, but I would really like to see those Super Hostile maps remade in Gary's mod. Doesn't even have to be of a higher visual fidelity than just Minecraft. But just being able to play through those maps in a different engine besides Minecraft might be a whole lot of fun. Now, when it comes to drive and patience, I did work on a little project in T-Edit for Terraria, and I know I do not still have the world file for this, but I did recreate all of Brinstar from NES Metroid in Terraria. That was a lot of work. Now, the scaling wasn't exactly right. But it was all there. You know, as far as like just the general map layout, I didn't have any doors, I didn't have any power-ups or anything like that placed around. But I definitely carved out like all the hallways and everything. So the base was there. And I do not think I'd be able to do that again if I tried. Just because I don't have the patience for it. Oh wow, it's a song from Tower of Heaven that isn't that one song from Tower of Heaven. Nice. Another thing that I'd still really like to see, but it's one of those things where I know unless I do it, it's never going to happen, and I'm never going to do it, would be to recreate Final Fantasy Mystic Quest in an RPG Maker engine that makes it look like it's in PS1 graphics. It's that big, chunky, low polygon style. It's really the only game that I would really love to see a remaster of. Would be Final Fantasy Mystic Quest. Not necessarily in the same style as the other Final Fantasy pixel remasters, although that would still be cool. Again, I'd like to see Mystic Quest remade in a low polygon Final Fantasy, or low polygon PlayStation 1 kind of style. And I don't think that RPG Maker on the PC is the right engine to do that in. Sadly, I think that RPG Maker on the PS2, one of those, either 2 or 3, would be the right engine to do that in. But that would be way beyond a pain in the ass. I mean, even just transcribing the dialogue from Mystic Quest is more work than I'm willing to put into it. And that's something I literally would have to do if I wanted to remake that game. Because, well, it's technically a Final Fantasy game. It has Final Fantasy in the title, in the American release. So dialogue is a big part of it. And unfortunately, my creative energies are just not what they used to be. I credit that to actually having responsibilities and limitations on my free time. There's a word that I'm looking for that's akin to responsibilities. But I mean, when I was doing a lot of that stuff, you know, when I was making adventure maps and I was doing stuff with level editors, that was mostly because, at the time, I did not have a job. And on one hand, I was... Nice, best crabs. On one hand, I was looking for ways to pass the time. So I figured, you know, well, why not try my hand at this? Why not try my hand at that? Like the anime music videos that I made back in the day. That was when I was still in high school. So I definitely didn't have a job then. And although I don't really talk about it too much, what little creative energies that I do still have I've largely spent it in trying to learn how to get the game Fire Pro Wrestling on Steam. Fire Pro Wrestling World. Trying to figure out how to get that game to play against itself in CPU matches in order to continuously put on entertaining matches. So it's a whole lot of swapping around moves and swapping around AI and probabilities and a bunch of other stuff that I still don't really have a good understanding of. This is not going to hit. Yep, I hit him with one. Fuck. Need to finish him with missiles. I have made a couple of characters in Fire Pro Wrestling World that almost every single time they wrestle each other, it gets a 100% fan reaction in the game. Because that's apparently a thing in that game, is you get like a fan rating. And almost every single time these two guys have a match, it gets a 100% rating. So, you know, I think I'm on to something with a couple of the move sets and the AI settings that I've made. But now the goal is, at some point, to get like an entire wrestling promotion together of guys that can knock it out of the park regardless of who they're facing. And that is definitely a very far off goal. Because I largely have already... It's the best way to phrase it. My motivation for that game ebbs and flows. Some nights I get this great idea for a character or for a moveset, and it's like, I've got to throw this down into the game before the motivation to do so just completely leaves. Here we go! That's way too low. I didn't even kill the key hunter. I hit him, though. That's also the other reason why I don't really watch, like, IRL modern professional wrestling. Is because the fun part about Fire Pro Wrestling, and the fun part about any professional wrestling video game that I've ever played, is it plays like a fighting game. You're not watching two people cooperate with each other to do cool-looking moves. You're watching two characters in a video game trying to kick each other's ass. They just happen to be kicking each other's ass using cool-looking moves. But I've liked I've liked watching AI matches ever since uh, No Mercy on the N64, which is part of my explanation for having like 6 different copies of that game. The big reason is because I've made so many different goofy characters. It's like I need that many carts because I can't fit all of these created wrestlers onto one cartridge of the game. Which is the thing that I really like about Fire Pro Wrestling World, is the amount of characters that you can create in that game is like seemingly endless. I'm sure there's a cap to it at some point, but man, I haven't reached it yet. Because I've had ideas for, you know, like Major League wrestling promotions. I've had ideas for indie wrestling promotions. I've had ideas for Japanese wrestling promotions. I've had ideas for women's wrestling promotions. And I can't fit all of that shit onto one cartridge of WWF No Mercy. But I can fit pretty much all of that shit into Fire Pro Wrestling World. Anyways, enough about that. Get in there. I just recently posted a video in my Discord that I was rewatching for like the 3rd or 4th time the other night, which was a classical composer listening to an orchestral cover of Dancing Mad from Final Fantasy VI. And went down a little rabbit hole of other classically trained musicians and composers and opera singers listening to that music for the first time. And they all had the same reaction, which is, this is an amazing piece of music. And it's just interesting to me seeing people's first reaction to music that I knew was good decades ago. You know? Not just the vocal coaches reacting to heavy metal, but just classically trained musicians in general reacting to not just heavy metal, but also video game music. You know, everybody loves One Winged Angel, everybody loves Dancing Mad, and everybody loves Megalovania. It's just interesting to hear their educated perspective on these great pieces of gaming music. And I was trying to think the other night when I was watching that video again of is there in my mind a better piece of music on the Super Nintendo than Dancing Mad? And I was having a really hard time thinking of anything. I mean, I have a real soft spot for the Kingdom of Zeal music from Chrono Trigger. It's nowhere near as big and complicated as Dancing Mad, but it's still like my favorite piece of music from that game. Green Brinstar in Super Metroid is music that I could listen to literally all day. And thanks to Mark Supiel on YouTube, I can come close to doing that because he has a 10-hour long video where it's just like him standing in Brinstar listening to the music. Which I kind of want to make a video like that one day. But that just means like I'd have to get it set up like while I'm at work. And even then, the audio quality would probably not be the best unless I ran it on an emulator. I mean, Top Gear 2 on Super Nintendo has Ayers Rock, which is a fantastic piece of music. F-Zero has Big Blue. Even FF6 itself has some other, like, unbelievably good pieces of music. But I still think Dancing Mad might just be, subjectively, the best piece of music on the Super Nintendo. I mean, you've also got a lot of the music from Final Fantasy Mystic Quest, because I think the music in Mystic Quest is worth the price of admission in and of itself. Combine it with the fact that it's a very accessible RPG formula. I think that Mystic Quest is just a game that doesn't get enough love. You've got Mega Man X1 that has some of the best music on the system as well. I'd probably have to replay the next game I'm about to mention just to double check that it has as good a soundtrack as I remember. But Magical Quest starring Mickey Mouse. I mean, it's a Capcom game, so go figure, it has really good music. I mean, X2 and X3 also had pretty good music. I still prefer the soundtrack for X1. Not gonna lie, Donkey Kong Country had some good tracks. I haven't played enough Terranigma. I've heard a lot of the music from that game, so I know it's really good. But I haven't played enough of it to really be like, okay, no, this game has some of the best music on the system. It's got some really good songs, and I would put the overworld theme from Terranigma up against the overworld theme from any other SNES RPG. In that same vein, Final Fantasy IV. That's probably my favorite of the Final Fantasy overworld themes. Don't know why I tried to Shine Spark there. Guess maybe because I'm trying to throw the run? Speaking of trying to throw the run, holy shit. Get me out of this room. I'd say that, like, Earthworm Jim has a couple of really, really good songs to it. New Junk City, I really like. For Pete's Sake is probably my favorite song of the whole game. TMNT Turtles in Time. That's got some amazing music. And even though I mess around with the glitch in Dragon View as much as I do, I really don't remember the soundtrack to that game. I know it's got some pretty good music, but I don't really remember the soundtrack to it. Let's see, what else? I know Robo Trek has some really good music. You know, Street Fighter 2, Super Street Fighter 2 has some good songs. I could be lazy and mention Guile's theme, but Guile's theme is not my favorite from that game. I really like Balrog's theme, the Las Vegas theme from Street Fighter 2. Ken has some good music in his level. And it's actually been a long time since I listened to the music from like Cammy's level, or T-Hawk's level, or Fei Long's level. But the fact that I still remember DJ's music tells me that that's a pretty good one as well. I still think that Balrog's music is my favorite from Street Fighter 2. Fei Long slaps. I'm gonna have to re-listen to it. Because I really liked playing as Fei Long. He might have... Like, him and DJ were my two favorites amongst the new characters. I got pretty good at T-Hawk. But, again, as a kid, I found it really hard to do the Hadouken combo. The down, down, forward, forward. I just had a really hard time doing it. So I usually ended up using guys like Guile or T-Hawk, because T-Hawk had that dive attack where if you hit all three of the jump buttons while in midair, he'd do that, like, diving headbutt. And then any of the, you know, hold back for 2 seconds and then forward, then a punch button, like the Sonic Boom, I could always do that. But yeah, not very good with a lot of the other characters. I played as an absolute scumbag every single time I used M. Bison. I am not gonna lie for a second. It was all those fucking slide kicks and psycho crushers and head stomps. I was an absolute fucking menace as that character. Always happy with anyone with a good heavy kick combo. Speaking of which, it wasn't until Super Street Fighter 2 that I actually got pretty good with Chun-Li. Never really got good with Dhalsim. Mostly because, again, the Yoga Fire attack was the Hadouken combo. And I could never get that as a kid. Maybe just my thumbs were too small back in the day. Oh no. But I mean, the reason why I've always said that I'm not very good at fighting games is because, well, quite frankly, a lot of stuff was based on that down, down, forward, forward punch button or kick button combo, and I could just never get it consistently. It was actually Final Fantasy VI where I started getting that combo more consistently, because that's the button combination for Sabin's Blitz Aurabolt. So, actually got halfway decent at it in that game. JC put in too many spaces at the beginning. Whoop. I will read off those times here in just a second, because Firebat took first and JC took second. GG to both of you guys. Firebat taken first with a 47.19. And my jump button just stabbed me in the back. And JC taken second with a race time of 48.08. GG. Flubbed the jump at the last second. Now I'm kind of upset that I messed up as much as I did at the bottom of LN's elevator. Let's go! What's up, JC? Thank you for the race. Sitting on the damn elevator. Let's go! Kind of want... Oh, let's see. Were there any other fighting games I was even halfway decent at, or do we just need to jump right into Battle Arena Toshinden on the Game Boy? I mean... I was halfway decent at Killer Instinct. I wouldn't say that I was good. I could mess around a little bit with Glacius, and that was it. Really wish I could have gotten better with, like, Jago or Fulgore. But I didn't own that game until years later, and then I didn't play it a whole lot. But then, I guess, yeah, we have to dive right into Battle Arena Toshinden on the Game Boy, and the only reason I was so good at that was because of that game's shortcut move system, where instead of doing the complicated D-pad movements, all you had to do was press in a certain direction and then hit A and B at the same time, and you would do one of your character's special moves. And once I paired that with the ring out mechanic, I was able to beat that game on every difficulty. Unlocked all the characters, got all the endings. Well, I fucked that up. It's part of the reason why I like Rungo Iron's stage theme here on Rainwave, is because I thought that character was just completely busted. Some of his special moves just did not feel fair. You know, like these big shockwave attacks that go across the entire screen. Or that would, like, juggle your opponent upwards. Especially when paired with the ring out mechanic. I really felt like that was just unfortunate for the computer. Oh yeah, there was also a Fatal Fury special. How could I forget? That was actually one of my favorite fighting games on the Super Nintendo. Because I got to be pretty good with Terry Bogard. He was the only character I was halfway good with, though. Like, even halfway good. And that was a game that I only ever rented as a kid, never owned it. I'd have to double check my backloggery to see if I actually own it currently. I think I do, but I'm not sure. And I never really played a whole lot of TMNT Tournament Fighters. I can definitely say I played it more in the age of emulation than at any other point in time. Speaking of time, let's get a dot time here in a second. $56.15. So this is going to be like a 58.20 something. Never really played a whole lot of Samurai Showdown or World Heroes 2. I definitely played those games as a kid, but not really consistently enough to even find a character that I liked. I guess I didn't do too terribly at Primal Rage. But again, I never really played that game consistently enough to figure out any of the characters. I know I liked the monkeys. Chaos and Blizzard. I found them to be pretty easy to use. And that was pretty much it. I can't really think of any other fighting games on the Super Nintendo that I would have played as a kid. Oh, where's my enter key? 5829. Hey. Just barely. Keeping myself honest there. GG! Thank you, thank you. Thank you for the race. Thanks for the race. Smiley face. Finally erase the embarrassment of my performance last week. Where is my backloggery? Oh, it's over here now. And 133 Super Nintendo games. Jesus. And I've beaten 34 of them? Oh, God. Balls 3D does not count. I do own that game, but I've not really played a whole lot of it. Oh, fucking Clay Fighter! That's right. I actually played a whole bunch of Clay Fighter as a kid. I guess Rise of the Robots would be another one in the same vein as Balls 3D. I just never really played a whole lot of it. I do own Fatal Fury Special. Nice. Oh, I forgot about the Gundam games. Those were from the era of emulation. I didn't have those as a kid. Dear Force! And I actually don't think that I've beaten the G Gundam fighting game. I don't think I've actually played enough of that one to know which character I like using. Now, on the other hand, you have an absolute fucking masterpiece like Gundam Wing Endless Duel. And as soon as I mention Endless Duel, how could I have forgotten? Power Rangers Fighting Edition. Power Rangers Fighting Edition is right up there with Fatal Fury Special as one of my favorite fighting games on the console. Anything else I'm forgetting about? Saturday Night Slam Masters. Yeah. Yeah, I have beaten that one. Never got very good at it, but I beat it. There's got to be another one I'm not thinking of. Come on, Backloggery. Oh my god, the last time I updated this, my PB in Super Metroid was 5824. I need to update that. Now, technically... technically, Excalibur 2097 does have a versus mode. I still consider that to be a platforming hack and slash. But it does have a versus mode. And that at least covers my... almost covers my collection. Well, no, that covers the games that I currently have, but there is another fighting game that just unfortunately came to my mind that I played and beat as a kid, and that would be Shaq Fu. I have to own up to that one. Definitely owned that game as a kid. I definitely beat it with more than one character. But any of the other fighting games that I've ever played have been from the era of emulation. Did I play Claymates? Not as a kid. I have played it in the past. And it's another one of those games that I really wish was better than it actually is. It is not the worst game on the Super Nintendo, but man, it is nowhere near the best. Because I really, really like the claymation art style. Just in general, across the board. Whether it's in video games or in TV or movies, I love claymation. I am a big fan of The Nightmare Before Christmas. I am an even bigger fan of Wallace and Gromit. I really liked Clay Fighters. The art style is really the only reason why I know about Harley's Humongous Adventure on SNES. There's a handful of games on Steam that looked incredibly interesting to me because of the claymation art style. But unfortunately, claymation had like a really small window before all of a sudden CGI moved in. And yeah, I did like Gumby as a kid. Claymation and stop motion in general is a really interesting art style to me. Just because it takes so much work. Well, what do we do for an intermission? What do we do for an intermission? The two easy choices. Ooh, I could just spend the entire time playing squid slots, that's right. Dude, I need to bust out one of those old programming books that I've got. Because I do have a couple of books on programming in C#. Just because that was just what I picked at the time. There's probably better programming languages out there, but that was just what I picked when I was in the mood to pick up programming books. But I want to say that one of those books has a very rudimentary slots game in it. Oh no. Here's the funny thing. I picked up like the beginner's guide to C# or Hello World or something. I'd have to have it in front of me to know what the actual name of the book is. I got maybe like 4 or 5 sentences into the very first chapter, and it already fucking lost me. Like, I do not joke about being a caveman that someone talked to about video games. I barely know how to use the computer that's sitting here in front of me. But one day, I would really like to make a standalone program for squid slots. Even if it's just like a little window that pops up in the middle of the screen. Doesn't have to be some big flashy thing made in Unreal. I would just like to make a very basic standalone squid slots program. Something like what RealWork made when he made the standalone Cocorone character randomizer. Something like that, but with squid slots. I think if I could do something like that for myself, that would be a humongous step for me. But I do not know any programming languages. What about an SNES squid slots? Oh, baby. How fucking cool would that be? Like a homebrew ROM of squid slots? I wouldn't be able to do that. And I don't really want to ask anybody else to do it. There's a lot of help out there in YouTube as well as for learning. That is right. AI can write most of it for me anymore. I could do that if I had art. There are websites out there that have Twitch emotes, like, categorized. And in, like, a whole bunch of different sizes. Is it just as simple as Googling Twitch emotes? Is it just twitchemotes.com? Oh my god, it is. Is this the one I'm thinking of? Yes. Where if you... So yeah, it's just twitchemotes.com, and if you click on the particular emote, it brings it up in 3 different sizes. Does it have the squids? It should. It does. Uh-oh. It might all be over, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, as soon as I say that, Rainwave cuts. They heard me. Did somebody say it was all over? Oh, they don't have TB Spice. God damn, I missed that emote. I need to bring it back. Currently adding Rumble controller support to SM. Holy shit. That's awesome. Have to figure out how to get that kind of stuff into SNES format. Exactly. See, I wouldn't even know where to begin. I'm in the middle of trying to make backgammon, but motivation was dropping, so I switched to something else for a bit. Nice. Also, if I were to ever make my own version of Squid Slots, I would want, like if I made one myself, I would want to have like my own artwork for the squids so that I could potentially put it up on Steam for like 50 cents or something. Fuck it. Let's try to crash a video game in style. $100 application fee, but I think it's a deposit that you get back after sales. Dang. Then I need to figure out how to do it in RPG Maker. Because I already have something out in the, out there for the world in one of the RPG Makers. It's not a standalone game, but it is a game that's playable if you have, I think it's RPG Maker VX, and that is my delightful little you have to find the chicken game. Which, once again, I made that game just as an excuse to listen to some of the music in RPG Maker, because some of the music in that program is really nice. Not even like additional assets, just like the music that comes with the program. I mean, I was trying to figure out how to do a shmup in RPG Maker back in the day. Oh? Uh-oh. We had... Oh, what is happening now? I've never seen this. where it's shaking and moving? This is wild. Stuff is still happening. The game hasn't crashed yet. I don't know if I'm progressing. But I have never seen this result from this glitch. And yeah, stuff is still happening. I am fucking mesmerized. This could have been a tech demo back then. Uh-huh. Wow. Like, I really don't want to reset. Like, I don't want to load my save state. I don't think anything is actively happening. We'll mash a couple buttons. It doesn't seem like anything is actively happening. But yeah, the ROM hasn't crashed. The emulator hasn't crashed. Had a really cool glitch the other day. Nice. Do I have Discord open? I do. Dude, this is so cool. Series doing more than just exploding.mp4. Oh, wow. Oh my god. Series is losing its shit. Oh my goodness. And it was like keeping parts of the previous screen onto the next one, and then the final room is just all tiles? Wow. That is a powerful glitch. Got tile boost. Dude, Ridley hit something else extra hard. Bug was causing big numbers to be written to the background scroll registers. Okay. Previous room is still on the other side of the tile map while in series. Okay. Did not know that. What happens if I hit fast forward? I mean, the shaking kind of stops if I hit fast forward. Yeah, mashing is not getting me anywhere. If this was gonna go somewhere, it would have gone there by now. So as much as I don't want to... Actually, I may just save a new save state here. Just so I can come back to this at some point. Because this has got to be one of the coolest results I've ever gotten from this glitch. So let's do it all over again. Really think the only other game that I know how to glitch this easily is probably Bionic Commando on the NES. And Mega Man 1. Nope. That's a bad start to the glitch. Again, whenever the HUD goes like brown like that and starts scrolling, that results in an emulator crash almost 100% of the time. And I say almost 100% of the time because it's only crashed every time I've tried it. And I've gotten that as a result. Oh, well... I guess, Link to the Past is another good example of a game that is ridiculously easy to glitch. I'm always ready to just cut off the train of thought at a certain point, then I'm just like, oh wait, no, there's this, oh? The wiggles. Controller is out of my hand at this point. Hands up, don't shoot. Are we still going? No, we're not. That is a really cool image, though. Shame my emulator just crashed, but... very light sunrise. That is a very, very bright background, though. We've gotten a couple of results here tonight that I have not seen before. I wish I knew what actions I could take to manipulate that particular memory value. But I think it's literally just about anything in the game. Like these torches flickering on the wall might affect that particular memory value. I don't know. People have done tasks of this game and still don't fully understand this glitch, saying that it really does just all come down to luck in order to get the credits. Another thing that I've noticed that people may have heard me say about this glitch before is that solid colors are usually a bad sign. That particular thing is always a bad sign. One of those dark sunrises. There we go. We got the startup that I wanted. We're getting some wiggles. We're moving around. The HUD is freaking out. Solid colors. It's probably broken at this point. Yep, that's a crash. Koala tumbleweed. There's a combination of words that I've never seen in my life. It's a tumbleweed made out of koalas. It's the startup I want. Solid colors. We haven't crashed yet, but I'm just gonna reset anyways. That's the startup, but it keeps going to a glitched up version of the HUD instead of where I want it to go. I need to shut up. Lots of things are happening. But I don't think they're continuing to happen at this point. I'm not seeing any more animation, not really seeing anything happening here. Was kind of neat how that filled out, though. Like one of those old PC Paint programs. I'm not getting the full startup to the glitch that I normally look for. I'm getting like the very beginning of it. Speaking of Rungo Iron's music from Battle Arena Toshinden on the Game Boy. some of my favorite music in this entire game. Nope. Need to pull out my t-shirt that PJ had commissioned for the week when he was trying to do this on console. He did eventually get it. It just took him like 3 or 4 days of attempts. And he was, you know, playing from the beginning of the game all the way up to the glitch a number of times every day. I think PJ might be the only streamer that I have merch from. And I've got 2 t-shirts and a hoodie. I also feel like I need to say this every time I mess around with this glitch for more than just a couple minutes. But Dragon View, this game, is actually like legitimately a really good game. It is the sequel to Draken, which is not really that great of a game. See, we're getting that startup at the beginning, that magenta little freak out. But usually the screen goes to black, and then it comes back with like a shifting black and white pattern. And we're just not getting that this time around. Keep getting that one, though. Doing it. I'm equipping the Hausa. Dude, this is such a cool weapon. Let me get in that race channel. So this game has the like the first-person perspective overworld that Draken had. But it has much more of an action-oriented combat system than Draken did. Which Draken is basically tell your team to attack and hope they don't die. Because I think most of the combat in Draken is automated. There is also a set of circumstances in Draken where you can get a dead character to fight enemies. I forget exactly what it is that you need to do. But if the character in slot 1 is dead, and you have another character use a healing item, there's a chance that the dead character can hit the enemy for anywhere from 0 to massive amounts of damage. Okay. About to try equipping the horn instead of bombs. Yeah? We still doing things? I'm not sure that we're still doing things. Yo, I see Telomorph in the race. Very nice. And that's an emulator crash. So on 2 separate occasions, I've actually gotten a merchant to show up as a result of this glitch. And the last time that happened, it actually activated the credits out of it, which I had never seen before. This is just such a fun little glitch to mess around with. And all you have to do to bug out Dragon View is just get to this point in the game without saving and reloading. If you get to this point in the game in a single segment, you will glitch the game. That part is not a mystery. Ah, damn it, I should have reset when I had the chance. Now, I'm not sure if the version of Dragon View that is on Steam does this, but I wouldn't put it past it. Just a very stern reminder to save and reload. Because it's, the animation that is played when you defeat the first boss, of like the boss's sprite turning gray and then fading away, messes with the memory in some magical way. That was the startup I want. This is the next step that I want. Ooh. Things are happening. Things are still happening. I think it might be done now. But we were almost there. Ah, and that's another emulator crash. Boy, we are just cutting right to the chase with crashing this thing as many times as we can. Let's give it one more. Solid colors. It started to wiggle, and then it cut to black. I think we just crashed the emulator again. Sure enough. Alright. I don't know who I'm gonna be. Let's at least load up the sprite can. And just let the demo reel do the talking. And I will be right back. All right. Yo, the squid shades. God damn, I really need to remake the bestiary for squid slots. Oh, I think we had music from Lama Lana earlier on. Yeah. What about Hero Core? Is that on cooldown? It is. Shit! Oh, Ghouls and Ghosts? Level 3? Hell yes. Throw that right near the top. Oh my god. We got another 6 entrant race. Dude, the late race is fucking back. Get that multi-twitch loaded up. Alright. We've let the speed demos have their fun. Just gonna load up a different palette. And I don't even know what the palette's gonna be. Oh dang, Telemorph sick as fuck playing in bed. Well, shoutouts to him for joining. Certainly didn't need to. If he's not feeling... If he is feeling under the weather. There we go. Trying to figure out how to talk myself out of that one. It's like, nope, just start again. There he is. 7 entrants. Let's go! About to cook these rookies. That's the spirit, JC. Good, have fun luck. Thank you, Firebat. Same to you. 3, 2, 1. Don't press B. Okay, now press B, and hold it for basically the rest of the game. Between learning how to speedrun Super Metroid and learning how to play those 2 games from Kirby Superstar, it's real easy to fuck up a B button. And by learning to play a couple of games from Kirby Superstar, I mean trying to beat the old SDA run in Dynablade. Because the SDA run took an unintentional death in that run for reasons. 4210. And then playing through Great Cave Offensive without collecting any of the treasures. 4640, Jesus. Tile room gave me nothing. It is not a good looking palette for the ship. Sorry, there was bug on the wall. Whoop. I moved left too soon. There we go. Can Crusher. So I think next time I get the idea to mess around with what was that program? Stream avatars. I think I'm probably going to have it up on stream just so I can potentially get some real-time feedback. But also, I'm trying to remember who it was that I was watching years ago that had stream avatars running. I think I know who it was? Maybe. I think it was a streamer that goes by Evil Plexity, who's also the artist that my guy PJ has commissioned for lots and lots of artwork. Not to mention the Dragon View themed t-shirt that I have. The guy has a unique art style that is very slapstick, and I love it. I think it was him. Not even gonna bother with Alcatraz. So much more of this game that I need to get to. Sugar tank! Actively trying to decide if I want to put this song on my favorites list. This is kind of a cool song. I think I'm gonna. I'd like to hear this song again. And no one on Rainwave has given it a rating yet. That's a nice low camera. Yeah, buddy. Land on every platform, please. Quench beam. Get quenched. Get quenched. Dude, come on. It's, it's hard to reset the hands sometimes. Spritzer. Shit. Got him. Haha! Hell yeah, dude. Let's go! Sprite Cranberry. It's a minty fresh cranberry at that. Ah, yes. Level 3 from Ghouls and Ghosts. This song just has such a cool, creepy vibe to it. Oh no, JC. Dang, man. Nice spin jump, idiot. Oh my god, get up there. Sprite booster. Excuse me. Cherry bean. I opened up the pit. I didn't fall into it. Ice cube. And that's why I delayed and everything. 'Cause I thought he was... I thought I was gonna get up there right after he shot, instead of right as he was shooting. Mr. Krabs! And we got okay Krabs. Give him the little cowboy hat and say, "Ye claw." What incrustation. No ghost? Now ghost. Man. Of course I hit a fucking fireball. And then I weave through all of them to hit him there. Plunk. Hell yes. Let's go. Round 2. Fight. Come on, dummy. Oh my god, we just took Fantoon's lunch money. Got him. Got him. I love that downward missile shot to take out that second coughing. Because that's just one of the very few things that I just tried one day and found out that it works. Because I'd thought about it. It's like, I wonder if I could just shoot a missile straight down and get him when he comes in at me with that initial rush. And sure enough, it works like a fucking charm. Really? Damn it! Oh my god, get in there. The moment of truth. That's the fucking ceiling. Can we do round 2? I missed the second atomic. Got that key hunter, though. And I caught the spark. Caught it right in the mouth of the can. Flappy pancakes. Cool. Cool! Jump button. Fucking please. Sprite. Remix. No, Nintoaster. Not a bad palette for the Sprite can here tonight. Mystic Mulberry. That's what flavor this Sprite is right now. It's Mystic Mulberry flavored Sprite. And I'm gonna take a refill in this very yellow energy refill station. Oop. Bad pattern. I can't believe I missed. I can't believe I missed. Can't believe that shot didn't hit some part of him. Come on. Stop it. Swoop Master. I love shot momentum in this game. It is so silly. think you know where you put a shot until you take into account the fact that your character was still moving. I still think I need to learn the power bomb strat for that room. I just don't know if there's any kind of visual cue as to where you're supposed to drop it. But it either kills all of the space pirates, or it kills all of them except for the very bottom one. And then you just take him out with plasma. If I'm remembering right. It's been so long since I saw that video, and I'm not even sure where I saw it. I think I saw it on Twitter. But it was a good couple of years ago. And I'd have to sort through my Twitter likes in backwards order in order to even have a prayer of finding it. Because I have liked a whole bunch of goofy shit on Twitter. Very light sunset liftoff. Oh no! Now he hold him. Dude, somebody else besides me finish this race. Spin jump, please. Oh my god, I fucking landed. Oh my god. Get down here. There we go. Drewski taken first with a 44.08. GG. Fucking what? So much for this one. And there's Insane Firebat taking second with a 48-43. GG. Probably should have gone back for that. Oh, I was holding right like I should have gone back for it. I need to stop running by these. The game's gonna think that I don't need them. It's also gonna think that I can't make jumps, because I can't. G4 looking a little rusty. Come on. No, they're taking a drink of Sprite. Yo, I did the thing where I hit the bomb and I took 0 damage. Hold the catch up! And we canceled the wiggle. Toasty toasts! Thank you for the squid slots. Oh. Here we go, dude. Now we get to find out what the damage is. And dead baby. 5604. This is probably going to be just a little bit less than the 9 o'clock run. Okay. Poke, 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 poke. Hey, there's Telemorph taking third with a 5711. GG. Oh my god, I can't jump. Steam, please. And 5816. GG. Might be tempted to redraw those numbers. Managed to find the dry spot on like 3 out of 4 of those. Thanks for races. boot. Tilly stole thirst place, and I was the Sprite can and everything. That's okay. I did get third place in the 9, and I forgot to show the meme. So I'll do that right now. Haha! Huh. We have had some dropped frames tonight. Not sure where. I mean, I know I had a bunch during Vampire Survivors, but that doesn't really surprise me. Heck, in 6 seconds in Turian. Yeah, we had 80 charged shots. 60 missiles. I should have fired another super missile somewhere. Arm cannon would have just been even across the board. Dear Force! Look at all this garbage. See you next mission. We did it. Got a mid 58 and a low 58. Dude, I'll take it. The other thing I'll take is my leave for the evening, as that is it for me tonight. Another big thank you to Punk for hanging out earlier tonight with some more Vampire Survivors. I'm so happy that he knows more about that game than I do now, because I don't really know a lot about Vampire Survivors. I know I like it. I know some of the weapon and accessory combinations for evolutions. And I also know that I mostly just play the first level and just do basic runs. And I've not really looked stuff up. And then here this guy is, fucking achievement grinding for the past 2 weeks. So, major shout-outs to him. And of course, a big thank you to Insane Firebat and everybody else from the SRL races here tonight. Always a lot of fun. I know enough to be dangerous. Yeah, same here. Particularly in Vampire Survivors. I don't know about IRL. Ha! Anyways, for everybody else, Thanks for stopping by. Thanks for hanging out. Thanks for watching. We'll be back next week with another set of races. And I hope to catch you then. See ya!